I'm Lisa. We are going to do a quilt today and get started on it. It is called Let's Build a Snowman by Lori Holt. I am working on all of my initial squares. Let me show you. So we are going to make some of these. I've got just a few left, so I'll show you what they look like. And then I'll show you how to sew them up. They're all the same pattern. I still got strings on them that I've got to pull, but they're all the same pattern. There's 24 of them. Flip through them real quick. And then we'll sew up one so you understand how to do that initial piece. And this quilt I'm excited about because this will be my first quilt when it comes to appliqué. Done appliqué before, but not from a quilt perspective. So it'll be interesting, and I'm hoping that you all will come along with me on this adventure and maybe even give me some pointers as I work through my first appliqué quilt. I've got another kit as well that is appliqué, but I haven't dived into that one yet. I'm going to set this aside and then we'll get started. All right, this one's really fairly easy. I've got all the cutting done for this one. And so we're going to do our background. For this one, it's this background. Strings. I'm notorious for pulling strings. I know I shouldn't, but I do. So we're going to grab 4 of these background and then our main fabric. And this is the main fabric for this one. For this one, let's see, I only grabbed 3. I need 4. And then we'll grab our main fabric for this one. And then what I like to do, just because I sometimes shake when I sew, I will draw just a simple line from corner to corner on my squares. These are 2.5-inch squares. All right. So it doesn't take long, but it just makes it easy for me. I'm going to sew all of these. So I'm just going to just get them corner to corner. Oh, that's my puppy dog walking behind me. So I'm going to he's looking for my attention. We're going to sew all 4 of these and then I'll press them and then we'll move on to the next section. Goes pretty quick, these squares do. Or these blocks, I should say. So I typically teach live classes in a classroom, and some of my students have actually asked me to start doing some YouTube videos so that they can, if they can't make it to one of my sessions or whatever, they can still see it on YouTube. So I'm giving it a try. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to press these and then get them cut. Of course, my iron wasn't on. Get them pressed. All right. And what I like to do, see if I can get us to see. Just gonna cut off just a fourth, where there'd be a fourth, and then, and I'm not going to press them open. I found with the other blocks that pressing them open it just wasn't necessary. So I'm not going to do that. This is much easier for me to do. So I'm just going to press to one side. And press, and we'll move on to the next section. I think on my channel, so now I've got them all pressed. And now what I like to do is use one that I've already done just to make sure. So I lay them out because I know that this is going to be my next one. So I'm just going to lay it out. And I'll show you here once I lay them out. Especially when you have patterns like this. Some people might not need to do this. It might not be something that they have to do, but I like to do it just to make sure that I'm focused on what I'm doing. So here, let me get a board. I'll show you what I did. So I've initially got one that I've finished, and so now I'm just going to lay the other ones on there so I know the shape. So the next thing that I'm going to add is these full blocks for the background. So what I do is I'm just going to lay them out on my board, and I use my design boards all the time. I think it's well worth it. And then now I can just pull them together, and I'm going to do all of them. I think on my channel I'm going to do some unboxings as well. And so I'll record those. I don't know if it's something you all would be interested in, but if you are, just let me know, and I'll do some unboxings as well. I got this kit from Fat Quarter Shop, which I love. And so, yeah. Cut them apart. I'm going to press them open. And I'm pressing to the light, so pressing to the block that is solid. So there, you have that. So I'm going to go back to my board and put all my pieces down. Find where they're at. Goes in. It's like a puzzle every single time I do it, but It's all good. It keeps me so I don't make mistakes. I found that I do too many mistakes if I don't take the time just to slow down and you know, that might be my age, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's my age. Okay, so I think I did this one wrong. Yeah, so I think that I did this one wrong. So let me fix it. Another reason why I do it like that. So make mistakes. What I did was I twisted this one on the wrong side, so we're gonna fix it. We're gonna make it right. Quarter inch is what I'm sewing. I'm gonna press this one out. All right, now it makes more sense. So now, as we build our block, we have this and this and this and this complete. So now what we'll do is we'll do the solids, because this is almost like a flying geese. But Lori suggests not to make them as flying geese because then it causes too much bulk. So you could, if you are really good at flying geese, you can make them as flying geese and then do it that way. But we're gonna add the solids. Shouldn't say solids, the main pattern fabric. Just like that. Kind of looks like a leaf, doesn't it? And we're gonna sew those together. I may do some crocheting, cross stitching as well. I do a lot of that as well. So I may add that. We will definitely do some bag making. I do a lot of bags, so we will do that as well. I'll have some tutorials for some cool bags. I think that might be fun. Do some. Takes a little bit of time to get through it, but we'll get through it. And I'm not known as a super quick sewer. I don't like visit through. Is visit even a word? I don't know. But I'm not one to just fly through. I like to make sure that you know, I watch what I'm doing, even though I made that mistake already. So I'm gonna press these open. how to do this. All right, so now we have these. So now I'm going to take the music notes, which these are in every single block in the center on every single, all 24 blocks. So I'm going to draw my line real quick so I have it for reference. Won't take long. And for me, it just, I've started as I've gotten older to shape just a little bit in my hands. It seems that and maybe it's, maybe it's me, but it seems that it's easier for me if I see that line and I can focus on that line, and then it doesn't seem like my hands are going all crazy. So on each one of these blocks where the solid is, on this side is where we're going to place our note the notes fabric. So we're gonna line it up, and we're gonna do from corner to corner. Actually, from corner to corner, corner to corner. I feel like I might have said that wrong. And I'll go ahead and do all of them, and then we'll press them open. Or we'll press them to one side. Then corner to corner, across from the solid one. We're going to do each segment, so all 4 segments. One more, and then I'll cut and open them up. And I use just a scrap piece of fabric. I know a lot of people are, which I think is a great idea, they're actually building another quilt by sewing pieces together. I think that's such a great idea. I have a little, just a very small room that I work in, and so it makes it a little bit harder. I'm going to cut I'm going to cut this section off, and then we'll open them up. I'll press them out. And I'll show you what it looks like thus far. All right, I'm going to press them. All right, here's what it looks like thus far. So almost like a kitty cat. Like you could stop there and make a kitty cat out of these, couldn't you? All right, so what we're going to do next is take our background fabric for this block, and I'm going to do my lines. Just so I've got reference. Again, you don't have to do this. This is just something that I found helps me. Some people will use the, Lori Holt has, I can't remember what it's called. I think I have it, but it's a little I don't know, but it's like this, it looks like a flower almost, and you put it on here and it's got the seam allowances and things like that. So you could use that if you want. I see a lot of people on YouTube that use those. For me, it almost gets in the way, so I don't use it. So, all right, corner to corner on the last. So I'm gonna do a corner to corner on this section right here. And I'm gonna sew all of them. Cut them after I get done. Not too awful time consuming to make these. I work full time, so you know, my time to sew is typically after hours if I feel good enough to sew, and on the weekends. So, but this weekend it was my son's 16th birthday, so we had a lot of activities going on. Okay, I'll show you what we've got thus far. Cut them apart. And I'm going to set all my stitches. I'm just going to run it under my iron a little bit. And then I'm going to cut those ends off. So I'm going to cut this section off. And I'll press it outward. And we'll take a look at what we got. All right. All right, so if we look at the one that we've done, each one of these will go in the corners, like so. Pretty easy. And then down, like that. So now we need to do the strip in the center. So we're gonna do these little ones, and this is the print. It's kind of cool. This Hometown, I think it's called Hometown Fabrics of Lori Holt. It's beautiful. It's so much fun. So much fun. Sometimes, you know, I'm not a big fan of word fabric, like where I've got to cut it up, and you know, at that point I like to typically fussy cut. But for this quilt, I'm making it scrappy. Whichever way the lettering happens to be, I'm just gonna let it go. Let it tell me what it wants to do. So I'm just putting it right on the corner, and then I'm going to sew along this top edge. Let's cut it apart. I know I need to get one of those fabric cutter things. I have one here. You guys can't see it, but it's a little bee. It's Lori Holt's little bee. So I'm gonna press those. All right. So now I've got 4 strips that look like that. So I know that there's a center. Let's see if I can find one that those go. So there's a center, because this is my center for this block. So I'm going to put that in here between 2 of them and sew it. Press it. And I'm going to grab one other one. This one. And put it on the other side so that that middle section is in the middle. And then it'll be time to join everything together. It doesn't really take too awful long to build this block. So now we have a strip. So what I'm going to do is, let me show you on this other board. I'm laying it out so I can show you all what it looks like. So now, there's our strip that we just did. And I didn't really center it very nice on that board, did I? So here's those pieces. So what I like to do is I'm going to sew this one to this one, and then this. So I'm going to do the top, and then I'm going to sew the bottom, and then I'll do the sides. So let's get that done. And with these blocks, now that because I need to make sure that I can hit those points, and I don't go over them. So I always make sure that I'm sewing on the side that I can see those points where they're at, so I don't end up getting too much of my point and then I lose my point. I want to make sure that I sew, make sure that I don't dull my points. So I'm going to do both the top. I just did the top one, and now I'm going to do the bottom one. Run a piece of thread through. Let's open these up, see what we got, make sure our points look okay. Set our stitches. And I think my point made it right on. Oh, I got that one a little bit. Let me show you. Show you what I'm saying. I mean, it's not too bad, but so that one on the very top, I don't know if you can see it right there. So I cut it off just a little bit to where this one, it is right on the money. But it's okay. I'm okay with it. Let's get, now we're gonna sew this one to this one. This will be our top. Let's see if I can get better. Sometimes I'll put a pin in it. I thought that I'd be able to see it. I think I was just going too fast and missed it a little bit, I think is what I did. So I just slow down a little bit, which is okay. All right, let's see how we did on the second ones. Press them. See what we end up with. I mean, that worked okay. Let's see how it works. I'll show you all here in a minute. Press them a little bit. I mean, that one didn't turn out too bad. And that one's okay. That one worked. All right, so now if we look at what we've got, I'll show you on our board where we're at. All right, so now we have 3 sections. We've completed this section, and we've done this section, and now we've got this middle, so we're gonna take this, and I'm going to take this, and I'll pin right along here, just because I wanna make sure that they line up perfectly for my strip. So I'll get that done. I'll try to nest them, meaning, you know, if you press to one side and then the other one is pressed to the other side, when you join them, they'll actually fit right in with each other. It's great. It's lovely. All right, let's sew this. Again, I've got to be careful for my points, so I don't hit my point, nor do I want to hit one of my needles, one of my pens. Oh, press your foot. Okay. All right, let's finish it up. Slow down right when I get to the point. Run some fabric through. All right. We are almost there. We're getting close to having our block done. And press this open. Got some threads. So many threads. All right, so that didn't turn out too awful bad. That's what it looks like thus far. So we're gonna grab the other one, which is turn it around the right way. All right, so I'm gonna put it like that. I'm gonna get this one. We are almost done, folks. It really didn't take long, did it? And that's the way you do all 24 blocks. It's literally that simple. And so my next video will be starting the applique, which I'm stoked about. I'm so excited. I think we do the top hat first and maybe something else. I've been following along on our blog, And but I thought, well, I might want to get some of yours opinion as I work through it for my first time. And I don't know if I'll enjoy it. We'll see. But we will see. All right. We're going to press this block out. And we'll be finished. Let me press it. Get everything to lay down. All right. Let's see what that finished product is. All right. So put it on a board so y'all can see it better. So that's our finished block. So now what I'll do is each one of, and I didn't say that when we were building it, but each one of these sections should measure 4.5 by 4.5. And so by the time the block is done, it should measure 9.5 by 9.5. I will typically use a 9.5-inch ruler where I've got a line. I don't know if you can see that. There's a line that goes from here to here, just square it up. You can use whatever. There's so many different rulers out there to do that. But this is how you do all 24 blocks. And yeah, so hopefully you'll join me for the next one. Again, we're getting into appliqué, so I could use all of you guys' comments and helps along the way for me to finish my quilt. So appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining, and I will see you at the next one. Bye. Hey guys, hopefully this looks okay. It looks a little dark on my screen, but I think we're going to be okay. All right, folks, we are going to make the top hat. And let me go pull that real quick and then I'll show you. All right, folks. So the top hat sits right here. I'm going to see if I can get it so that it comes up. It's the top hat. And we're going to work on the words snowman and the poinsettia over by the bucket. Poinsettia right there. And the arms. That's what we're going to do in this session. We're going to see if I can put it together. All right. All right, folks. I think we're ready now. We had to shoo the puppy dogs out of my room for now. So Simple Shape. I got all of these from Fat Quarter Shop. I'll link them down below. They're by Lori Holt. So this is the top hat. I'm going to set that aside for a second. So along this strip here is where I'm going to lay right along the edge of my top hat. And then I will pin that. Do this one over again. Okay. Just like that. right on the edge. So the strip will be on the top part of the hat. Okay. Now I'm going to move my board out of the way. And we're going to sew. I need to go one more stitch. Oh. Be too far on that one. And then she just runs right off. All right, let's see how I did. So what we'll do now is I'm going to take some scissors and I'm going to cut up and along there. All right. And then I believe that we are to get out our seam ripper and just make sure I'm showing y'all. Just get just that first layer. Make sure that I'm not going through all of it. Actually, I think with the hat, she said the easy way to do this, which I'm going to do, just make a slit in it and then do an X and an X. So I don't know if she went all the way. I don't know if she's going all the way with it so it sits. Learning, folks. I'm learning. I don't know. Go back and get her blog, I guess, because then we're going to turn it out a little more. But let me go press it, and we'll see if it like fits my. I mean, it's a little smaller. No, it's okay. Okay. Let me press it. So then, get our board back out. We're going to center it right here. And I'm going to put just a couple pins just to keep it there. And then, all right, folks, gluing time. We're going to use the Daily, and it isn't a permanent glue, and it cleans up. It's water soluble as well. So I've not ever used this, so I'm just gonna, okay, so it's coming up. So we're gonna put, hopefully you can see, we're gonna put just a small amount of glue. I'm gonna see if I can. All right, so I have glue. Now I'm going to push it down to hold it. And I'm going to use a couple more pens just because, I don't know. You all tell me if I need more pens. But I feel like I need pens. So I'm going to put a couple more pens in. Okay. And so nothing's seeping out. So I believe that my top hat, I'm going to leave it sit for 24 hours. I don't know if that's like what you're supposed to do, but I think the glue needs to dry. So I'm going to leave it sit, and then we will finish up the top hat. I don't think I'm going to applique it by hand. Number one, I don't know how to do that. But I'm going to do it by machine. I'm going to applique by machine, I think. And I think I'm just going to do a running stitch, like a running stitch, like a top stitch. Again, I'm a bag maker. So I'm just going to do a top stitch all along my, my pieces. But if you all have, what do you all run your stitch length at when you do this type of applique? Put it down in the comments. I'd love to hear what your setup is. And do you hand applique or are you a machine appliquer? So all right. Let's get this one turned. Okay, well, I mean, I guess it wasn't really, was it a circle? No, it was oval. I mean, I got close. I don't know what that is, but okay, I'm going to press it real quick. Our next one. This is the one petal. We'll come into it. All that bulk in there. All right. Let's turn it. Oh, it's not going to look so bad. All right, I'm going to go press it. Do the pressing. All right. Done with that one. All right, so let's do this one. And then I'll show you how I'm going to glue it. I watched the way Lori Holt glues it. And I mean, this one's layered, so it's going to be all about layering. So let's get this one done. And I feel like that's what this is. Because, oh, you know, I missed the line. All right, let's cut this one out. Okay. Let's get a seam ripper. We can start. All right, so I have each one of my 3 pieces for my poinsettia. And so let's bring our board back over because we're gonna lay it down in such a way. I'm gonna pin them as I lay them down. And I think I'm going to do what Lori said to do. She doesn't, oh, maybe I'm not gonna lay the pins there first. Let's get it all laid out first. And then she pins it. She doesn't, and then do I want it to go up and down? Do I want to go to the side? I think I'm going to have it go to the side. Feel like that. And then I'll pin it. Pin it down. I'll put pins in where. All right, so now what I'm going to do, glue time. And I will pin. And I think I did this one. Oh, I did do that one. Let's do the center. Oop, might be too much. I'm not going that way, I think. There. What do y'all think? That's the poinsettia. So let's do a couple more letters. Be back in a moment. All right, so now we're gonna do the arms. So this is right side up. So I trace that one on that one because you're gonna make two because he's got two arms. And then all we're gonna do is rotate it, put it down, and then trace it again. All right, so we're gonna set that aside and we're gonna sew them. And then we will turn them. All right, let's get these cut out. Like it should. Trim those. I cut in so it opens up right. I don't know if I have to do that one or not. So I did those. All right, so that one is completely done. So I'm gonna lay that one that way. Let's go back, grab this one, and we'll cut in. Not to cut our stitches. I think I'm gonna do that too. All right, let's clean up our mess. And all right, let's do some turning. Start back here. One. Two. All right, let's turn them. And we'll have. All right, so there's one. So I'm going to go press that, and I'll press the other one. So you'll do the same thing for the other one. So I'll be back and show you. All right, folks, there's his arms. So let's put it on our board, on our block. And I think it's going to go like that. Nope, it goes like this. Okay. All right. Glue time. Just going to put one on each end. You get glue out. Like that. Okay. All right. So give me a thumbs up if you like this content, and I hope you do. I hope you come along with me on my journey. Give me pointers. Please comment. I would love to hear your comments and suggestions along the way. So, bye, guys. All right, so I've got it all situated, and now I'll make sure this is sitting okay on here. All right, let's do the S. As long as it looks like an S. All right, let's take a look. See how I put it out. And looks a little funky. I don't know why it seems to be so different than than the bags I make. I don't know. But, all right. All right. Let's turn it, see if it's crazy. If I will be part of her concept of why. Okay, I'm going to press this and I'll be right back. All right, folks. Excuse me. There's my S. I think it didn't turn out too bad. I still have to figure out how to really curve those so the white doesn't show, but we're gonna do the glue now. I wonder if I'm doing it too close, like if I'm putting too much on. Put my pins down here. We got one more. Definitely find it impressive time it takes, and I'm probably super slow because I'm new at it. So all right, so that's the S. All right, now we're gonna do the O. There's a so simple shape. I'm gonna set that aside. All right, let's cut it out. This one shouldn't take us long to do. Kind of got wonky with that corner. Could have used my big scissors on this one, shouldn't have I? All right. Okay. Just make a hole. Oh, do I do it like that and then that didn't look so bad. Let me get the O pressed. The O is pressed. It's gonna go here. We'll do it this way. Kind of cockeyed a little bit there, isn't it? That's my stitching. And then this is supposed to be for the center, so like that, because this. All right, now we have letter A. So I've gone ahead and traced it, and this is the center piece that will go in the center there. Let me use a piece. What do y'all think? Maybe? I don't know. But it's okay. There we go. All right, making a slit. I'm going to go up and up, over. Okay. Let's turn it. Start pushing a little bit. I'll see what I'm doing. I'm gonna go press that real quick. You would sit there while we do the A. All right. Now we're gonna sew the A. Can you all see that? Can you see that? All right. I think I'm. All right. A is done. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's cut it out. It's going to be one of those videos where if I can do it, you all can do it. All right, so I'm gonna cut in here for sure, so this lays down the way I want it to. And then definitely in here. I think that's it. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to come straight across there. I think that's how I'm going to turn it. So let's see. Okay. There you have it. There's my A. All right. Let me go press it and we'll go on to step 2, which is gluing. Be right back. All right, folks. Got the A. I think I did okay. I think I'm getting better at the whole corners of it. And then this piece will fit right in there. And that's all right. So let's go ahead and get some pins ready for this one. That's where I'm going to have it. And then I'll have that one right there. All right, glue time. Glue time. I'm going to take these off first. Okay. I'm going to grab a couple more pens. Not that I think I need all these pens like that, but I'm going to put one more in this corner. All right, so now let's figure out our placement for the center part of the A. Okay, gonna put there. Put some glue. Put just a couple dots right up on the top there. Okay. All right, folks. A. There's our A. All right, so let's go on to, let's do W next. All right, so now let's go on to W. So let's get this one sewed. I'm gonna come in on this corner, I think. And I'm just gonna run right off. All right, let's get this one cut. Get my big scissors. Let's get out the big scissors. Whoa. Okay. All right, let me clean up my mess. Okay. W. All right. Let's open it up. All right. Time to turn it. Run that down. Let's do this. I think I did this one, didn't I? Okay, so there's my, it's my W. It's my W. I'm gonna press it. I'll be back. All right, folks, there's the W. So let's get some pens. Ouch, try not to stab yourself. I'm just stabbing myself with the pen. And I'm just pushing it into my board. So I think I'm just going to do that many pins. All right, so let's glue it down. Glue time. On. The glue seems to dry. I've not used this glue, but it seems to dry. It seems to dry really fast. So, all right, there's our W. On to our last one, M. All right, folks, M. That's what we're doing next. Can you see it? There it is, M. All right, I'm gonna set the letter aside and let's get it sewed. All right, let's cut the M out. Really wanna to get one at some point, but don't have one yet. Okay, I'm gonna, oops, keep coming off screen. I'm gonna cut this open a little bit here just so I can turn it. Don't know if I need to, but I'm going to. Okay, make sure that my corners are cut. Okay. Oh, there's a little notch up here. I want to make sure that I can turn that. And then the one right there. All right, clean up my mess. And let's turn it. What do you all love about appliqué? Those of you that do appliqué. What do you like about it? What do you dislike about it? Okay. Right along that seam. Oh, I got this on. Forgot I could use my tools that I have. Press it. Get it to stay. Right. There we go. An M. Let me go press it. All right. Time to glue. Right. And there. We have M. So folks, we are going to work on the next set of Lori Holt's. Let's make a snowman. So we are going to do the bucket, and we're going to do the heart and the carrot and the mugs and the buttons. So let's get started. We're going to start with the bucket first. So I've already gone ahead and did the clovers. Let me show you. So these are the different clovers. I would suggest to purchase those if you don't have them. They are great to make bias tape, or things like what we're creating, which is this will be the handle of our bucket, and then this will go on the top of our bucket, and then I made the strips. So you'll need the So Simple. Let's see if you can see that. So Simple Lori Holt shape. I got my set from Fat Quarter Shop, and this size is the S38, and then this is the bucket shape, which is S30. I'm going to set these aside, and I'm going to set this aside too. I'm just going to set it down here, move some stuff around, set it there. We still kind of see it. Yeah, we kind of see it still. All right, so I'm going to grab my bucket piece. And so I have the sew-in. I bought the sew-in interface from Lori Holt's as well. So I got this at Fat Quarter Shop. That's what I'm using. I think if I were to do this again, I would do the fusible, just to help keep it in place. But I'm using the sew-in interface this time around. So I've gone ahead and have traced my shape, and then I created these strips using the clover. And so I'm going to look at where I want the placement. All right, so we are going to sew along here. I'm just doing a simple straight stitch. All right. All right. Okay, so let's cut it out. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn it. Just going to grab the center like that. Keep it away from the fabric. Ooh, I missed a section there. And then I'm just going to make a cut just so I can get into it. Make sure that I'm not cutting my pieces. I'm just going to pull it away from them. Oh, I can grab a hold of the fabric. And then just going to do this, make it so it's a little easier for me to turn. And I'm going to clip my sides, my corners, not my sides, my corners. And then let's turn it. Use my clover turner. Get into those corners, poke them out. Don't press too hard. You don't want a hole. Just enough to get it to come out correctly. Just like that. Then that's our basket. I'll go press it and I'll be right back. Okay, that's the first part. Now we'll sew up we'll put this back on our board. This will go up there. Now we'll sew. Okay, let's do the star next. Okay, so there's our star. Let's cut it out. Okay, I'm going to make a snip. All right. All right, folks. There's my star. I'm going to go press it. All right, folks. There's my star. Okay. All right, so now we're going to make the snowballs. Okay, we are going to glue. I'm going to glue the star down and then get the snowballs in there. I think I'm going to glue that down as well. So we're using Backallie glue. Just a little bit of glue. Just going to get it And I'm actually going to tuck my star just a little bit. Just going to put a couple pins. Now, when I did the other ones, I left it for 24 hours and my pins were stuck in the glue. So I would recommend just leaving it there just a little bit and then taking the pins out so they don't get stuck. All right, so then we can lift this up and I'm just going to put a couple dots on there. Okay, let's put our snowballs in. So we're going to put this snowball here and then this one maybe here. And then this one, maybe we'll tuck this one under here. And then this one will go in the center like that. I think I like that better. There. Okay. Okay. I glued the handle on and got everything glued. The handle's probably the hardest just to get it to curve. It was a challenge for sure. But I think it's cute. Okay. On to the heart. We'll do the heart next. All right, we're going to do the heart next. So you'll need the So Simple Shapes S29. And I've already traced it on the interface. So let's get started. All right, so there's our heart. Let's go ahead and cut it out. Okay, I'm going to cut in here just to make it so it's easier for me to turn. Clean up my mess. And let's go ahead and turn it. All right, here's my heart. I'm going to go and press it. Let's go ahead and glue the heart down. Oops. Bumped it. Okay, put a couple pins in it. That tip just did not turn out the way I wanted it to. Okay. All right. There's my heart. Now we'll go on to the carrot. All right, folks, we're going to do the carrot. So you're going to need the So Simple Shapes S19 for the carrot. And then you'll need the S18 for the carrot top. Let's go ahead and set those aside. And I've traced these already. Sorry, I have glue on my fingers. Traced these already. And so let's get sewing. Okay. That's the carrot top. Next, we're going to cut this one out. Need one of these. So I'm going to cut in to each one of these areas without cutting the stitch. Okay. Let's turn it. All right, so that's the top of my carrot. Let's do the other one. One will be for the carrot like that, and then the other one will be for the snowman's nose. So let's get started. All right, I'll cut it out. Okay. Okay, so not the best. Definitely not the best. I don't even think they're the same size. They're not even the same size. So I'm going to use the smaller one for his nose. And then this will go like this. Put a couple dots on the end. It's gotten to be a little harder. Okay. And then this one. This is the one for his nose. This one. It's rough, but okay. 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 All right. There's my carrot. Not the best, but it looks like a carrot. This one will be for his nose. We'll get to that point. All right, on to buttons. All right, folks. We're going to sew some buttons. So you'll need the S36 Sew Simple shape. Set that aside. And we have 6 buttons that we're going to sew. So I'm going to sew one and then and show you how to do that one. And then we'll go ahead and do the remaining ones. All right, let's get sewing this one. Okay. All right, folks, now let's cut it out. Okay, one button, and I'll sew the other ones, and then I'll be back. All right, folks, there's all the buttons. I'm going to go press them real quick. Actually, there's all the buttons. And now we're going to turn them. I'm just going to grab the fabric, kind of split it apart. Best I can. The whole. And then let's turn it. There's something that's going to stay in place for me. Okay. So I'm going to do the rest of them and then press them, and I'll be right back. All right. So there's all my buttons. Let's see if I can show you all my buttons. Oh, let me go this way with all my buttons. There we go. Sewing machine's in the way. There you go. All my buttons. So what I'll do now is I'm going to glue them all down. All right. Buttons glued. On to the mugs. All right. We're going to make the mug next. So you're going to need the simple shape 34. And you're going to need simple shape 38 and simple shape 37. And we are going to sew each one of these pieces. So I'll do one first and show you, and then it'll be the same process for the other ones, for the other three. Whoops. Right sides, right sides. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do this one. Okay, I'm going to set my board aside. And I'm going to sew these pieces. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we have all of our pieces sewn. And now we're going to turn them. Okay. There's our pieces. And I'm going to go press them. And I'll be right back. All right. So I've pressed them. So now what we're going to do is we're going to glue them. So we're going to layer this back fabric onto this one. Oops. Okay. And then I'm going to move over to here. I'm going to glue my mug just on, I'm going to leave this side because I'll show you what I'm going to do. I don't know if this is the way Lori does it or not, but I'm going to center it, well, off to the one side because I still have my handle. And I'm going to put it on there. And then, see, I still have room there. But what we'll do is we're going to tuck and position. All right. And then I'm going to put it back on my board. And I'm going to pin it so it stays in place. Just like that. Just like that. Probably could have made it go up higher, maybe. But that's how I'm going to do the other three. And I'll do those offline and then we'll come back. We'll take a look at all of them. Be back in a little bit. All right. There's the remaining cups. I think they're cute. Aren't they cute? Cute cups. All right, so let's just do a recap. So we did the cups. We did the heart. We did the carrot. We did the buttons. All the buttons. And we did the pail or the bucket. I think it's just cute. All right, if you like these types of videos, please give me a thumbs up and share. All right, folks, I'll see you next time. All right, folks, we're going to start with the snowman. There's 3 parts to the snowman: the head, the middle, and the base. So we're going to work on those. We're also going to do the pipe, work on the pipe. And we've got the sled and then the hats. So hopefully I can get all of that done in this video. So we're going to start with the main part of the snowman, which is his head. So you're going to need these So Simple Shapes by Lori Holt, S25. I got my set from Fat Quarter Shop along with this kit, the Let's Make a Snowman quilt kit by Lori Holt. I've gone ahead and you'll take the 1x3 inch strips and you'll sew them together. I did not follow Lori's pattern. I put it in the order that I wanted to have them in, but you can do, you can follow her suggestion on her blog, or you can do it any way you want. I made it. But yeah, so we are going to get started here. So I've already traced my shape. So I'm going to put it on top of my pieces that I've joined. I'm going to set this aside. And we are going to sew. And I'll sew along my line. All right, so now it's sewed. What we'll do is we'll cut it out. I'll grab my scissors. All right. Now we will turn it. So I'm just gonna, because this is a circle, I'm gonna grab the back piece, the fabric, and then pull it up like that. And then I'll make a snip in it. That way I can get in here and cut that way. I'm going to cut that way and then up that way. Okay. So let's go ahead and turn it. All right. I'm going to go press it. I'll be right back. There we have it, folks. So now what I'll do is I'll put it on my, I'm going to sit it here, figure out how I want it. Maybe I want it that way. Maybe I want it that way. I think because the words are going that way, I think I'm going to set it that way. And then the nose will go off that way. Maybe not that high. So maybe I need to move him over a little bit. Maybe like that. And then I actually ended up buying the Lori Holt buttons as well. So I'm going to get the buttons. Oh, looks better with big eyes. No. Okay. I don't know if I want to do the small eyes or if I want to do big eyes. I think maybe the big eyes might work okay. Okay. So what I'll do is I will glue the nose on and the base onto the base fabric. And then I'll sew my buttons on for the face. Okay, so let's glue. I'm going to set the, and then lay it down. And I'm going to get a pen. And pin that down. And then now I'm going to remove these. I know that's the way I want it to be, so I'll set those aside. And I'll go ahead and hold that down. Well, I had many struggles, which I'm all about learning from my mistakes and learning, my first time doing this. So I'll give myself a little bit of a break. But yeah, I was just frustrated with I just could not get these points on any, like my heart, my carrots. And so and my star, I had just done them over and over and over and over and over again. So I'm trying to get it to work out for me. So that was a little bit, and I haven't decided. I've done a few of my shapes with just a straight stitch all the way around. And then I've done a blanket stitch. And I like the blanket stitch, but it takes a long time to do that. So, but I think I'm still going to go back to the blanket stitch because that's the one that I like. I like the most, I think. Otherwise, I'm going to try my hand at hand quilting. We will see. We will see. So I'm going to set this one aside. Again, the eyes will go up here, the mouth with the buttons. And then let's just put in just a couple more pins just to kind of hold down the base. Okay. All right, let's move on to the middle part of the snowman. All right. So on to the middle part. So I did the same thing. It's the same process. And then I sewed the base, and the base that this is actually the middle. So it's S26, and I traced all the way around that. And set that aside. And this one we actually make buttons. So there's 3 buttons. So I've traced the circle for the buttons. For all 3, and we'll do that next. Let's do our base. Not our base. Let's go ahead and sew our middle. All right, all sewn. And now let's cut it out. Okay. There's our middle. And then we'll turn it. We'll do it the same way we did with the head. I'm going to grab the back of the fabric. And I'm going to grab that, puff it up. And then that's going to allow me to go. And I'm not going all the way up. Okay. And now we'll turn it. pieces like this, I can almost do with my hands. Just going around and making sure that everything has been pushed out and I don't feel any clumps of fabric. Okay. Now I'm going to go press it. All right. There we have the center, middle. So we'll put that on our board. We'll take our buttons because those will be next. So those buttons. And we'll place our middle right there. Now let's sew up our buttons. So we'll make sure that it's laying the way we want to lay on the fabric. And then we'll sew up our buttons. All right, so there's our 3 buttons. Now we're going to trim them. Okay, there's our 3 buttons. Now let's turn them. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just gonna grab the back fabric and just be careful because these are much smaller. And do this one. That. And then I'll do this one. Just make a slit in it. All right, so now we have all 3 of those. So let's turn them. Buttons. And they will go this one, and this one. So we'll bring over our middle and we will, I think maybe I want it to go that way, I think. And then, so it'll be just like that. So let's glue our base down, our middle, not our base, our middle. I don't know if I'm putting too much glue. I don't know. It seems to be working out, so. Okay. I'm looking at the sides, up and down. Okay. Put a couple pins in. Right on the edges. All right. And then place my buttons. I think I want it to go that way. And my flower. Okay. I think that's where I'm going to have them. I'll look at it like that. So I can get my placements where I want it to be. And then I'll put this one right there. Okay. There. And there's our middle. So we'll set that aside. And then we have the base. Excuse me. So for the base, you'll need S27, simple shape, which all the shapes come in a kit. I don't know that you can buy them separately. And then we have more buttons. For this one, we have one button, 2, 3, and 4. 4 buttons for this one that we'll sew up. And then I've gone ahead and traced my shape. And then I made the individual blocks the way, and you can do it any way that you would like. So I'm going to lay this on top. And let's get sewing. I'm going to set this aside for now. And we're going to get the base sewn. Okay, we have it sewn. Now let's cut it out. Make these edges a little bit better. Not that I think it matters, but okay. Got it sewn and cut. Now, let's turn it. So we'll do it just like we did before. We'll grab the fabric behind here, pull it up, make a slit in it. And I'm going to go that way. Okay. And now let's turn it. Okay. Just going to go around the edges with my fingers and just make sure that there's no lumpy bumps. Don't want any lumpy bumps. All right. And there's our base. I'm going to have it sit like that. I'm going to go and press it. I'll be back. All right. There's our base. So now we'll bring it back over to our board. And these buttons are going to be the next things that we do. So we'll set those aside. We'll put our base on. Cut that string off. We'll set our base on. We'll set it aside. And now on to our buttons. So let's sew our buttons. All right, so we've sewed all 4 of our buttons. And so now we're going to cut them out. All right, so there's our 4 buttons. So now let's snip them so we can turn them. I'm going to pull the back fabric away from the interface. I'm going to clip it. I'm going to make just some simple little slits. Not all the way up. I'm going to do that the same way with each one. One more. All right, so now they're all cut, and then we can turn them. Just push it through. All right, so there's our buttons. So we're going to bring back the base. And we're going to sit it there. And we are going to put our buttons. That one. That one. I think maybe that way. And then that way. Is that center? I think this is center. Okay. Just like that. And so now I'll go ahead and I will glue them down. Okay. And then I'll lift it up, put some glue up underneath. I'm going to turn it around so I can get to these other ones. To turn this one. Oh no, that's because I've got it upside down. Oops. Glue. Okay. And there is the snowman base. So now I have, I don't know if I can show you or not, but there's snowman, the snowman base, and the head. All right, so I'm going to set these aside and we will do the pipe next. All right, so this is the pipe and I've already traced it. You're going to need the So Simple shape S24. I'm going to set this aside. So I've gone ahead and folded my handle, and I made sure that this was folded in as well so I didn't have any raw edges. And that'll be for the handle. I'll go ahead and sew this part. I'm going to set this aside and let's get started. All right. Let's go ahead and cut this out. Okay. Going to snip my corners. Just don't cut the thread. Don't cut your stitch. Okay. Now we have this. We're going to go ahead and turn it. Just a little snip. All right, let's just get it started. Okay, now we're going to turn it. There we go. Get this one out a little bit more. There we go. Just getting in there and trying to kind of wiggle it with my fingers just to get that corner. Just like that. I'm going to go press it and I'll be right back. All right. There's our part of our pipe. And we're going to put this, and we'll overlap it just a little. I think I'm going to move it so I can. Okay. Pin this down. Okay. Now we're going to glue it. lay it down. I want to make sure it's going straight across. Okay, we put a pin right at the end here. Keep it there. Okay, and then I'm going to put a couple on there. I'm going to move this one up here. Just hold that down. And then I'm going to come over here and okay. I'm going to put another pin in here. All right. So there's the pipe. We're going to set that one aside. And let's move on to the sled. All right. So the excuse me. So we are going to sew up the sled, which is just so cute. So cute. So here are the pieces that you're going to need. S11. I'm going to set that one aside. And this will be for the top of our sled. S9 for our long middle of our sled. And S10. And the way that I did this is I traced it this way and then I flipped it and traced it this way. So now it becomes an oval. Okay. I've created my two long pieces that will join the sled together and then my cross pieces. And it will sit on this for a base. So let's get sewing. Let's set that here. I'm going to do this piece first. I'm going to set this aside. And let's get sewing. All right. Let's get our sled. I think I'm going to start on the long. I'm going to start on the long side first, I think. Okay. And I will do the other pieces, these pieces. And I'll sew them right along the line, just like this one, and I'll be right back. All right, we've got all the pieces sewn. Now we're going to cut them out. All right, all of our pieces are cut out. Now we'll turn them. I'm going to grab the back fabric and going to make a slit right there. And I'm going to lay it down. I'm just going to run my scissors all the way, not all the way to the top. Okay. Do the same thing with each of the others. Start. Okay, this one. Okay. And we're going to do this one. This one I'm going to cut these corners. See what I'm doing. Pull it apart. Okay. All right, now we're going to turn them. Just running my fingernail along it. Okay, and I'll do the same with the other two. I'll press them, and I'll be right back. All right, folks, I'm going to move the camera over just so I can span a little bit. So that is the sled. It's a huge piece. So I'm going to get it glued down. I actually didn't have a board to fit on it. So, all right, I'm going to get it glued down and pin it, and the sled will be done. I'll be back. All right, so we are going to move on to the hats. These are the winter hats. So we have 4 tassels, and we'll start with those little pom-poms on the top of the hats. We'll start with those, and you will need So Simple Shape 37. Set that one aside. These are our backgrounds. These are our backgrounds for each one of our hats. I've got all of these marked. These are the ribbon around the bottom of the hats. We'll do those next. And then we've got the cap, the main part of the cap, which is S16. The ribbon around the bottom of the cap is S17. All right, we are going to do the tassels on the top of the hat first. I'm going to set this aside. And we will, okay. And I'll sew up the rest of them, and I'll be right back. All right, we have all 4 of them sewn, and now we'll cut them out. Okay, and now we'll turn them. One more. This pattern is, or this kit is so cute. It is so cute, so darling. All right, now we're going to turn them. Just pushing from the back side. I'll push the fabric up in there. Just like that. Okay, I'll go ahead and turn all of them, press them, and I'll be right back. All right. All right, so there's our tassels for our top of our hat. We're going to do the ribbon around the bottom. And there's 4 of those. It's again S17, which is the simple, so simple shape. And let's get started. Just going to make sure it's on there where I want it to be. Okay. Okay. So just like that, I'll do the remaining 3 and I'll be right back. All right. Whoops. I bumped the camera. All right. So I've got them all sewn. Now we're going to cut them out. Okay. Clean up after myself. All right. All right, now we'll turn them. Grab that. I snip it down kind of low. So I'm just going to run. I think. One more. Okay. And then we'll turn them. I'll push that one good enough with my finger first. Then just gently poke out the corners. That was not really pushed out there very good. Okay. Oops. Didn't really get this side very good here. There we go. Okay. Just like that. I'll be back. I'll turn each one of those. I'll press them and I'll be back. All right. So there's the bottom of our caps or our hats. I'm going to set those aside. And now we're going to do each one of the main parts of the cap. You'll need S16 and there's 4 of them. And we're going to get sewing. I'm going to start, excuse me, I'm going to start right along this edge. And I'm just going to sew into it. Just like that. All right, just like that. I'm going to do the other 3 and I'll be right back. All right, so all done sewing these. Let's get them cut out. Four. All right, let's clean up my mess. Okay. All right, so I've got them all cut out. I clipped the corners on each one. And let's turn them the other way. All right. Sorry. All right. Let's turn them. These are just going to be so cute. Get my turner and just work it a little bit. Okay. I'm going to turn the other ones and press them and I'll be right back. All right. So all of these are done. So I'm going to put these on a bigger board. And they're going to go like this. like that. And then we will do I'm going to set it down. Can you guys kind of see everything? Do the blue one there, I think. And this one maybe here. And then this one here. And then this one here. And I'm just going to kind of pull it down so I've got room. And then we want this one. We'll go on this hat along with the tassel. And then, let's see. This one will go here. With its tassel. I don't know if I shouldn't do it like that. And then this one will go there. And then the blue one the blue one. So like that. You see them? Okay. So, and I believe that they should measure. You should measure 6 inches tall from the top to the bottom. So let me grab a ruler. And this is 6 inches. So I can move that up a little bit maybe, or move it down a little bit. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put a couple pins in it just to keep it where I want it to be. Okay. I'm gonna measure the other ones and I'll be right back and we'll glue them. All right, let's go ahead and glue them. All right, so there are what I would call caps, but winter hats is what Lori calls them. So we're done. We're done with those. All right, we're gonna start with the earmuffs. You'll need S20. So Simple Shape. I got my set from Fat Quarter Shop. And of course, you've got 2 earmuffs. So I've got my first one. And then my second one. And I've already gone ahead and made the tie or the top part of the earmuffs. So I'm going to set this aside and I'm going to get these sewed. All right. Now let's get it cut out. And this part doesn't need to be perfect. Just leave a little bit around the edges. Throw this away. And then we're going to turn it. Take each side and pull it out. Snip it. And then turn it. I'm going to use my bone tool. Get those corners out. Okay, now I'm going to go press it. All right, there's one. I'm going to do the other one, this one, exactly the same way, and I'll come back. Be right back. All right, so I have the two ear muffs, and now we're going to glue. I'm going to bring my board back over. I'll position it where I want. And I think I'm going to put this piece on first. That's where I want it. Might be kind of close on the edge. Put some pins in it as I go along. Kind of position it. Trying not to do too much glue. I'm trying to make it so it's circle. Let's see how I want to lay it out. Got shaky hands today. Okay, you'll see what I'm doing. Put some pins in it. Keep it where I want it to be. Do just a few more on that top part there. That's kind of a little wonky, isn't it? And if I put my earmuff there. I think I'm going to move this out a little bit. I think I'm going to All right, I think that's a better curve, maybe a little bit. I could probably take this back maybe a little bit. Let's see if I can get this to be a little bit more curved. Looking a little bit better. Okay. And then I will glue my earmuffs here on the bottom. So I'm going to put my earmuffs where I want them. And then just going to lift up the corners. A little glue down. Turn it. I'm going to grab another pin and just pin it there. Maybe pin it here, and then maybe pin it there for that one. All right, now I'm going to do this one. Pin the center just to hold it there. Some glue on it. Okay, I'm going to put this one maybe here. So maybe here. All right, earmuffs. We'll go on to the mittens next. All right, so now we're going to do the mittens. All right, so for the mittens, we need to take the bottom part and we're going to lay it here and we're going to sew it. Cutting the thread off there, and then we're going to press it open. So I'll be right back and we'll press that open real quick. Okay. And this time, because I want more of it, so I'm thinking that I really want my mitten to have more of a border. So I'm going to take the liberty to move it up so I have more of a border. This one will just be a little odd, but this is the one that I'll do. So I'm going to move it up. Thread my machine. Again. Okay. Let's see if I like that one a little bit better. We'll cut it out. Okay. And then I already snipped down there all the way to that corner there, and I do the corners. This is kind of thick over here. I'm going to take a little bit more off. Take the corner off. Okay. All right. So now we have that. Now we'll turn it. Oh, turn it. Yeah. Let's cut it. Okay. Now let's turn it. Get the thumb. Okay. Use my turner. Just rolling it across the edges. Get the thumb. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? All right, so put it back under. So I gotta fix that. Gotta fix my thumb. Turn the thumb out. I'm going to try to be a little careful just because. Okay. All right, I like that much better. So, this is the one. That's how much, but I think I'm going to do a lot more, almost twice as much on the mittens. All right, I'm gonna go and do all of the other ones, press them, and I'll be right back. All right, so we have the mittens and they're done. Now, I did do a few things differently. So the first ones that I did incorrectly because I had forgotten to put the other piece of fabric on the bottom of it. So, bad one. This one is the size of the cuff that Lori has in there. I didn't much like that. Either that or I didn't size that piece of fabric right. But I mean, if I compare it up to this, turn it around. I mean, it looks like the right size, but I didn't like that. It just seemed too narrow for me, so I redid it again. So I made them a little wider, and I think I like those much, much better. So what we're going to do now is we are going to sew them. No, we're not. What we're going to do now is we are going to glue them. So I'm going to get a couple pins because I just want to keep them in the spot that I have them because I've centered them. So I'm going to do this. Just to keep them where I want them. While I glue them. All right. And now we'll glue them. So I'm just putting a couple dots of glue. And then I'm going to move that off to the side. Move my board around a little bit. Get the other side. Okay. Oops. That's right. No worries. Okay. All right, so now on to the scarf. We need S12, and let me show you. So what you'll do is you'll put this on one end, and then you'll flip it around and trace it on the other end. So that way you end up with one long piece. Okay, set that one aside. And then we have our fabric. And I've gone ahead and made all my fringes already using the 1/4 bias tape. I'll show you that. This is what I used to make each one of the bias tapes, the little fringes ends. Okay, so I'm going to set the board and those fringes aside, and we're going to sew the scarf. So we'll lay it on here. Okay, all right. All right, we are going to do the snowflakes. So I have all 4 of my back fabric, and the shape that we need is S35. And there's 4 of them. So we'll set this aside and let's sew this one up. All right, so now let's cut it out. Okay, so what I'll do is snip off all these corners. Don't get your stitches though. Just snip off all the corners. Don't know if I really need to do this, but it might help. We'll see. Okay. Clean up my mess. All right, let's turn it. Okay. All right. So there's my snowflake. It was tough. It was not fun turning the snowflake. It was tough, and I've got 3 more to go. So I'm gonna do these offline, turn them and press them, and then we'll glue them to our board. It's tough. Didn't have fun doing these. Okay, I'll be back. All right, so there's the snowflakes. I don't like them. Don't like them. They're very hard to turn. I don't know. I don't like them. But they're done. So we're going to glue them onto the board. So I'm going to grab some pens. And we're going to get the glue. And I'm going to put a pin in the center. I think I'm just going to do a spot on each one of the corners. Yeah, these were extremely hard to turn. Yeah. Just think there has to be a better way, but okay. Here's our snowflakes. Not happy with them, but those are snowflakes. So the next one, we're going to do the birdhouse. So for the birdhouse, you have to have the star shape, which is S23. You'll need So Simple shape S41. That's for the roof of the house, birdhouse. You'll need the birdhouse main piece, which is S40. And then for the hole for the birds to get into, you'll need S38. Okay. So I'm going to do the star first because I know it's going to be my hardest piece. So let's get sewing. All right, so let's cut it out. I'm leaving about a fourth around. Okay, I'm going to cut into these points. Don't cut into your stitches, but try to get as close as you possibly can. Shaking a bit today. Okay, in my area. Let's go ahead and turn it. One more. Oops. Oops. All right, well, that one actually looks better than any of them that I've made thus far. So I'm going to go press it. Well, maybe I'm getting better at it. So there's the star. So let's do the next piece. We're going to do the hole for the birdhouse. Some brown fabric. So let's sew this one up. All right, now we'll cut it. Okay. And we will turn it. Okay, we'll turn it. All right, so there's the hole for it. All right, let's do the roof part. Roof part's the same fabric. It's a word fabric. So I'm going to decide how I want it. I think that I want it this way. I think. Do I? I think so. All right, I'm going to sew it. Okay. Just gonna take these corners off here. All right. I'm gonna cut down into there. So turn for me. All right. Let's turn it. Okay, let's turn it. Okay, let's get our tool. Work it up in those corners. Okay. Let's do this side. Okay. To the bottom of it. Roll it between my fingers and kind of get it so it need to do this one here. There we go. All right, and then what I like to do is just run my fingernail along it, make a crease. That's it. All right, so that'll be the top of be like the roof line. I'm gonna go press it and I'll be right back. All right. All right. There's a roof line, and I really wanted the fireplace to show up in the wording. I thought that might be kind of cool. All right, so I'll set that aside. Now let's do the main part. So I'm just going to position it. Okay. Okay. All right, I think I'll come in on this side. Okay. All right, so now let's cut it out. Okay. Let's open it up. Definitely want that peak. I cut my corners. Just to kind of okay, let's turn it. I'm going to do the peak first. Okay, so I'm just going to run my fingernail. Could use. All right. So it just doesn't look like it's popping out after I curved it. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go press it. Okay, all pressed. So now let's put it together and glue it. All right, so now we're going to glue our house together. Okay. We'll find the place where we want the house to be. This will go on the top. There. The star will go here, and then the opening. It'll go like that. But we want to make sure that it is 9 inches. So it'll be a 9-inch block or a 9-inch. Ooh, perfect. Perfect. So I'm going to get these where I want them. Oops, I bumped you guys. Sorry. All right, so I think I like that. So let's glue it. sure that I position it where I wanted it to be. I think I want to move this over. Is that where I want it? Yep, I want it right there. What's nice about this glue is that you can remove it and then retack it. Like that. Let's do the top part here. Let's do the other side. Okay. I'm just going to put a little bit at the top. Okay. And there's our birdhouse. All right, so we're ready to tackle the bird. So you will need S23, which is the star shape. This will be the last time I think we use the star shape. You will need S28. What did I say? This one, the star shape is actually S23. The wing is S28. It's going to be for our wing. The perch for our birdie is S22, and it's in the green fabric. We have our background, and then our main body part of our bird is S21. That's going to be on red. It's almost like a cardinal. But we also have this here, and what we're going to do with it is we're going to first sew these together here. And I'll show you why. I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to sew this piece on here. I'm going to turn it around so that when it opens, yeah, actually, I'm going to do it this way. All right, let's sew these together and then I'll show you the next step. Okay, and I'm going to go open this, press it. Okay, and what we're going to do is if we sit our bird on this fabric, we need so much of the beak to be in that fabric. I don't think I need that much. Probably like that. So that's the way I'm actually going to sew it. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. we're almost done. All right. Go ahead and cut the bird out and I'll show you what we just did. Okay, let's get rid of our scraps. And then we're gonna cut these corners off. And I'm going to just cut in here just a little bit, just so it's easier for it to lay down, I think. Probably all along here. Okay, and then let's turn him. I'm gonna make it go up in there a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and turn him. And just rolling it in my fingers just to get it so it stops clumping out a little bit. Okay. I think I could have put a little bit more color on his beak. I think I could have, but it's okay, I think. So I'm going to press it with my fingernail first. Just going to press it down. Roll those sides where I want them. Press them. Trying to get this there. There is our bird. So I'll go press it and we'll move on. All right, so there's my bird. I think I could have done a little bit more for the beak, actually, but it's okay. All right, let's move on to doing the star. Okay, so there's the star. So we'll okay, clean up my mess. Let's see how this one's going to turn for me. I think what I've learned, I think the tip that I could tell everybody is initially I was cutting all the way up, pretty far up, and it was much harder to turn. If I just do a little bit For me, that seemed to work a little bit better. If I do just like that, to where I can kind of start to maneuver it. And then I can take my tool and continue to push it. Gonna work into my fingers a little bit. Okay. So I'm gonna use my fingernail. Kind of hold down that paper where it wants to come up. Fold this paper in. Okay. All right. Well, that one didn't turn out so bad. I'm going to go press it and I'll be right back. Okay. It's probably, I think I could get that out a little bit more, but not bad. All right, let's do the wing. Sew the wing. All right, here's the wing. Let's cut it out. Okay, let's turn it. Well, let's try that again. Okay, let's go ahead and turn it. Pulling it with my fingers. Okay, there's the wing. I'm going to go press it. I'll be right back. All right, so there's the wing. So now let's do the base. And then we'll put them together. All right, let's cut this out. Okay, let's turn it. Okay, so rolling out the fabric, rolling out those corners. There we go. Okay. And there's our base. I love the fact that it says mitten on it. I'm going to go press this and then we'll put it together. Okay. Now let's put it together. So we're going to put it together this way. So our birdie will go in the center. I want, and I've made 2 little legs for the birdie. So we want this to go like this, and then the legs. I'm going to leave it raw edged as well. But then we'll do this like that, and then the wing go this way like that, and then he's going to be holding a star, so that's going to go like that. Okay, so it'll go like that. So if we like it, then I would say it's like that. All right, so let's take a couple pins and just make sure everything stays where we want it to be glued. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and glue it. I'm going to start with the birdie first. wing. Might have been a little too much glue. I don't think I needed that much glue. Okay. Let's do the base. And then the star. Oops. All right. So there's our bird. I think he's cute. I think he's super, super cute. All right, we will go on to the skates next. All right, we're gonna sew the skate. So I've already made the blades, and I've already made the bottom part where the connectors to the actual skate. And make sure that you cut these strips on the bias so that you'll actually get a curve. And then you'll need Sew Simple Shape S15 for the actual boot of the skate. Okay. And we're going to do one. Okay. I'm going to set this aside. And let's sew the skate. Okay. Now let's go ahead and cut it out. Okay. And I think I'm going to cut in here. A little bit. All right. Let's go ahead and pull it apart. Okay. Put that through. I'm going to turn it. Okay. Let's use our tool. Make sure all the corners and everything are out. take my fingernail, gonna run it on the side right there, is it? Okay. All right. There's our first one. I'll go ahead and press that and I'll sew the other one and I'll be right back. Okay. And then there'll be one here. And one here. Then there'll be one here. One there. And then this will be. All right. So there's our skates. Not the best, but I think they're just as cute. Like them. All right, we're going to move on now. I'm going to set this one aside and we're going to move on to our shovel. And the shovel uses Sew Simple Shape S33, S32, and S31. I've gone ahead and made the handle already via the bias tape. So I've already done that. So let's get sewing this one. We'll set these aside. All right, got the shape. Let's go ahead and cut it out. Round it just a little bit more. I don't know that it matters, but I'm going to. Okay. So go ahead and turn it. Okay. All right. That seems to be not right. There we go. Better. All right. I'm going to go press it. I'll be right back. Okay. So there's the first piece. Let's go ahead and do the next one. And I want to see how I actually want it to look. Do I want it this way? I think I'm going to put it this way. Okay. Let's get it sewn. Okay. All right, let's get this one cut out. Okay. I'll trim my corners. Okay. And I think I want to okay, let's go ahead and turn it. Okay, this one. This one. And then we'll use the tool, go in there and push out the remaining areas, get those corners. Okay. All right, so there's that piece. I'm going to press it and I'll be right back. All right, there's that piece. All right, let's do the big piece. Okay. Let's go ahead and sew up. All right. Okay. All right. Got the big shape. Let's cut it out. Okay. So I've gone ahead and trimmed, and I've got my corners, and I've cut a little bit in here so it'd be easier to turn. Let's go ahead and turn it and we'll put it together. Okay. Okay. Get those laid out. Okay. All right. And there's that. So I'm going to go and press it, and I'll be right back. Okay. So there's the shovel. So let's put it together. And I think I need a bigger board. All right, so I got a bigger board for us to put our okay. So let's do the handle part first, because this and this will go on like that. So I could glue that. So let's glue some of these pieces. This can be glued. Okay. Make sure it looks okay. Okay. And then this is going to go up on top. And then our handle will go there. And then let's just put a couple pins in it for now, just to hold it in place. And then this be down here, like so. Okay, let's measure it. It needs to be 17 inches. So there's 17 inches. So it's perfect. Right there, 17 inches. Okay, so I'm going to put a couple more pins in just to keep things in place. And then I'll look to see if that's where I want them. So my handle looks like it's a little crooked, but I think it's good. Okay, let's glue it. Take this, I'm gonna move it up there. Okay. Looks crooked, doesn't it? Okay. Let's go to the other side. And I'm going to move this out of the way. And I'm going to do this. Okay. Okay, Let's take a look at it, make sure it looks level to us. Okay. Oh, it's hard to get into frame. Okay. It's our shovel. It's a pretty big piece. But that's the shovel. Let's just make sure it's 17. It is. Perfect. Okay. All right. We are on to our very last piece, which is the tree. We're going to make the tree next. All right, folks, I'll be right back. All right, folks, we're on to the last part, which is the tree. So I've gone ahead and marked my background fabric, and there'll be 2 for each strip. And this one is going to be the first one at the very top. So it's got the bigger square. We're going to start with that one. You're going to need the star shape, the S23, which I've already traced, because that's going to be the star on top of our tree. And then I've marked each one of, there's 7 layers to this tree. And so I've marked each one of the background fabrics for each one and put them in order. So we can just sew. And then these are our additional background pieces. This will be for the trunk of the tree. And then the red is for the base. So we're going to get started. And we're basically making flying geese is what we're doing. So I'm going to line it up. Going to line it up best I can. Okay, and then when we open it, it'll be like that. So let's go ahead and cut this one. Let's see if you guys can see what I'm doing. Move this up here. There you go. I'm gonna leave about 1/4, and then I'm gonna go press it open. Okay. So we've got that. Now we'll take the other shape, the other square, and we'll lay it down. And we're going to sew this one. I'm going to grab some of my fabric, make it easier on myself, so my machine doesn't cut or actually eat my starting of my. Okay, and as I get closer, I'm going to make sure that everything is laying down where it's supposed to. Okay. Another piece of fabric. Okay. Let's go ahead and cut that one. Okay. Now I'm going to press that one open. Okay. So that'll be the top part of our tree. Okay. Then I'm going to grab the next one. And I'm going to is there a way that I don't think it matters to me. Flowers lay. Okay. Okay. Let's cut that off. Okay. I'm going to press it open. Okay. So you're going to shape like that. Take this one and we'll lay it like that. Okay. Let's cut this off. All right, let's go press it open. Okay. So now you got a shape like this. And then what will happen is these will go on top of each other. Probably like that. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do the remaining of those and then we'll come right back. All right, so I've got all the different pieces of the tree done. Now I'm going to sew the Christmas tree stand, which I've already traced my line. And I've got, so it's right sides to right sides. I'm going to get this sewed. Okay. I'm going to get the sides cut off. You see that? Push up a little bit more. Okay. And I'm going to open those up. Press my seams open. Okay. So there's the tree stand. So we've got that done. So let's move on to our next step. So we're going to start with this one and this one. And we want it so that it lays like this. Show you. Right. So it'll be together like that. So I'll take these. Okay, so there's that one. Let's do the next one. Again, it's going to be like that. Okay. There's that one. Let's do the next one. Got this one. Sure they're laying down. Okay. There's that one. Let's do the next one. Okay. There's that one. Let's do this one. Okay. There's that one. Let's do the last one. Looks like that's needs to be. Okay. So there's that one. Okay. So there's our tree. I'll go press it and I'll be right back. All right. I am going to go ahead and we've got 2 long background strips. And these are going to go on the sides of the tree. So I'm going to get these sewn. Okay. And then I'll just press that to the side. Definitely lost some of my points. I might lose some points on that side too, but okay. 2. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to sew the other one and then I'll be right back. Okay. Fold this up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go press that. Okay, so there's the top part of our tree. And then I'm going to set this aside. And this is our tree base. I'm going to take these strips and put them on each end. Sew them on. Okay. I'm going to go press those. There's that. I'm going to set that aside. And then our tree, we're going to, so one end is shorter than the other. And the measurements are in the book that you get. So, okay, so now we have those pieces. So now we're going to put it together. So I'll be right back. All right, so I'm going to put the stand and the tree part of the tree trunk together. And I made this one just a little bit longer, so I'm going to pin it just where I want it to actually show up. So I'm going to pin it. Where I want it to fit. Okay. If we open it up, just like that. So I'm going to go and press this open. Okay. All right. So now we have that. And so now we can bring our tree back over. And we will sew this. We will sew our tree stand onto our tree. Okay. Now we should have our tree trunk on there. I'm going to go press that. And then we have one more strip that's going to go on the bottom. All right, folks, I'm going to go press that. All right, so let's take a look. So there's our tree stand. And then our trees. And I moved these. Lori Holt actually has these two flipped. And now what we will do is we will do our star for the very top. So we're going to set this aside. And again, for the star, we'll have to use the S23. So simple shape. We have our fabric. I'm going to set our star on here. Okay, let's cut, or let's sew our okay. There's our star. Let's go ahead and cut it out. Okay, clean up my mess. All right, our last star, last applique piece for this quilt. Okay. All right, so my star didn't turn out too awful bad. It's interesting that the word bed is in there. That's all right. All right, so here's the top of the tree, and it will sit just like that on the top of our tree. So I'm going to go ahead and glue that down. This is our last gluing. We are done, folks, with the applique part. I mean, I have to stitch it, but all the cutting, we've finished. We finished. Gonna sit it right at the top of our tree. And I'm not going to. Okay. All right, folks. Gonna set that aside. All right. So that, folks, takes care of all of the applique items. Hey everyone. So we are ready to start assembling our Let's Make a Snowman quilt. So we're going to do that top section right up here. I hope you can see that. But we are going to sew our bucket, all of our buttons. So we've got all of our buttons. We're going to sew his arms, the poinsettia, the hat, and then of course all of our letters. We'll sew all of our letters together into one panel. So come along with me. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections basically. So we'll end up sewing that many. We may be able to get to a couple more in this video. We'll see if we run out of time or not. But let's start sewing this cute little quilt up together. Come along with me. Let's get started. All right, so I think I'm going to start with my letters. Okay, I'm going to take S and N, flip them together, and we're going to sew them together.
I'm going to go ahead and press them open. Just pressing to one side. Okay, so I'm going to put these two panels together. It's exciting that we're getting to the end of our quilt to see what it looks like, our quilt top, I should say. Press to the side, this way too. Got snow. Put our man together here. Put my N on, or my M, should say. Press that one. I've got some cutting off to do on that one, but press that one. Got all our strings. Got some loose strings on this one. Okay. Oh, put it in. What did I do? I did it wrong. I wasn't paying attention and I put my A on the wrong side. That's all right. I'll take it apart or fix it. Sometimes we make mistakes. I made a mistake. Just rip it, redo it. Ouch, got myself. Redo these 3 panels. Do them right.
Can't have our snowman saying something different. Think of ham snownam. He's a snowman. All right. Things happen. You just have to correct it. Just have to correct it. Okay. Pull these strings and such off here. All of our loose threads that we had sewed so they don't go down into my sewing machine. Okay. All right. Let's do this again. All right. Something goes there. Let's press my A out a little bit. Okay. All right. Let's spell man the right way. Let's spell it the right way. Okay, let's go ahead and press that to the side. Okay. Let's do. Yeah, I just noticed my A is backwards. See that? It should be this way, and it's backwards. So I want to fix it. I think I'm going to leave it. I may later on change it out, but I don't know how I managed to do that. How I got that backwards, that A backwards. Must have had the template backwards when I flipped the interface around, and I just didn't notice. So. Well, this quilt I'm not planning on giving anyone. This will be my quilt. So some of these mistakes that I'm making on this quilt are just basically learning anyways. So it's for me, so I'm okay with that. If I were gifting it to someone, I would definitely go back and fix it and applique it again. But it's mine. Okay. All right. So without the A mistake, there's Snowman. So let's go ahead and set this aside. Let's sew the buttons together. Blue one, orange one, I have red one, pink one, and a green one. So we're going to sew this block just like that. So we're going to sew them together. You all are quilting along with me or sewing along with me. We're not to the quilting part yet, but if you are sewing along with me, I would love to see how things are going for you or hear how things are going for you. Press these to one side. All right, so I went ahead and fixed my A. So now it says Snowman and the A is going the right way. Yay. All right, we're going to put the buttons and the hat together. So the hat's going to go on this side, buttons are going to go on this side, this way. So I'm going to flip them. And I'm going to sew the buttons to the hat part. Okay, let's press that open. I'm going to move my T. Okay, press that. And then we're going to take our leg portion, and this is going to go here. Let's see if y'all can see, right next to my buttons. So I'm going to put, so the poinsettia is on the other side. So I'm going to sew these pieces together. Okay. Press those open. Getting bigger, folks. We're getting there, aren't we? Actually, let's press it Oh, no, don't do that, Lisa. Move my plastic out of the way. Okay, so press that piece. And then, so this piece and this piece is going to go together. Did I put my hat upside down? Nope, I just have it turned around. Whew, thought maybe I made another mistake. If you wanted to, you could clip it. That would be definitely acceptable. That first piece sewed together. Okay, I'm going to press it. And then we will add our bucket. That'll be the last part that we'll do. All right, so now we're going to sew our bucket onto this end. Turn it over. Okay. Now we have our bucket on there. We have our bucket on our piece. Let's see if I can. So press that. So that is this top part right there. We just did this section right there. So we can sew the cups together. Let's do that next. We're going to set this one aside. Actually, let's see what the whole thing should measure. When we're all done with all of it, it should measure 39.5 by 49.5. So let's go ahead and set this one aside and we'll grab the mugs. And we'll do up the mugs. I'll be right back. I'll get situated and I'll be right back. All right, we're gonna sew up the cups, put them together. Let's see how we need to do it. So we're going to lay them out this way. Okay. Just like that. Then we're going to sew them all together. So I'm going to sew these two. Okay, press that open. There's our cups. Pressed. Okay, I'm going to do the next section. So we've done this section there. So I'm going to do the middle. I'm going to do this section here. All right, so what pieces do we have? We have the carrot. We have the carrot. The middle part. We've got the skates. We've got the bird. And then we've got all the snowflakes. So let's sew up the snowflakes. So actually, yeah, let's sew up all the snowflakes. Snowflakes are done. I'm just going to trim off all these. Just don't like seeing them all like all these strings. Just clipping the strings. Okay. All right. And then the carrot is supposed to go on the end. Actually, we're going to set the carrots aside. We're going to put the bird and the skates together because the bird goes this way and then this way. So the skates are going to go like that. And then the body of it will go there. And then the carrot. So what we could do, let's do this instead. So the carrot goes on this side of the middle of the snowman. So let's go ahead and do that one. She might on her blog, actually. She's typically pretty good about doing that. She may have information on her blog. Okay, so we've added the carrot. Ooh, it's close. Press it. Okay. And then let's put the bird and the skate together. Okay, so we have the bird and the skates together. Let's press that. So now we have the bird and the skates together. Let's see what it says. So then the snowflakes will go along this side. The snowflakes attached to our bird and our skates, and then we're going to attach the carrot. Let me show you the carrot and the snowman to the bottom of that. There. So now we've got that section put together. So the birds, the snowflakes, the skate, the middle, and the carrot. So we've got that all set. So now we just did, so this section is that section right here, left middle. So now let's put together this section. We're going to set this one aside. So we've got, this one has the heart. It has all the hats. It has his face. And our beautiful sled that we did. So we'll put the sled aside. And let's do all four of the hats first. Actually, let's put the heart on. This will be so we'll put our heart onto the side of the snowman's head. We'll do that one first. First grouping, so we'll set that aside. Let's do our hats. So we'll set them like that, I think. But you can always change them around any way that you want. I've done that with a couple. There's our hats. This one got a little wonky. I don't know how it got turned. Well, I think. Okay. Hats. Then we're gonna take the snowman face. We're gonna put it on top. All right, we're gonna go ahead and sew the Now we've got the hats, the snowman, and the heart. So now we just need to put our sled so we're gonna see. Let's see if I can show you. Okay, so we've got the sled piece, and I'm gonna put the sled piece on this side. I'm gonna turn it around. We have the sled, the hats. I'm going to press that. Okay. So there's that panel piece. How cute. So cute. All right. So let me prepare for the next ones and I'll get those ready for us to sew. Be right back. All right. So the next part we're going to do is this part, the bottom part. So we've got the shovel, the scarf, the mittens, the birdhouse, the base of the snowman, the pipe, and the earmuffs. That's the part we'll do next. We've got our base. We've got all of our mittens. We've got our earmuffs. We've got our birdhouse. We've got our pipe. And then, of course, we have our scarf, which is long, and our shovel, which is long. So I'm going to set the shovel on such a aside for now because those will be the long parts. All right. So let's put our mittens together first. Actually, maybe we could put because these two pieces, let's set our base aside for a second. This piece goes there. So let's do that one first. And then we'll look at our mittens. So we're going to put our pipe and our earmuffs together. Okay. There we've got our pipe and our earmuffs. Let me go press it and then we'll work on our mittens. Okay. So I'm going to set that one aside. And let's focus on our mittens. So we've got this one, we've got the blue and the green and the pink and the gold. And it's going to go just like that. So I'm just going to move these off to the side. And I'm going to take these two and I'm going to sew them together. Okay, I'm going to set those aside for a second. And then let's take a look at our bird. Let's see, so we need this piece and our birdhouse. And they will go together like that. Over. Okay. Okay. I'm going to press those open. So we have this. And then the snowball base is going to go right along this side. So we're going to sew this. Now we have that. And so if you look at my earmuffs, I should have had them in a little bit more. And I guess, no, I can't do it now, but yeah, but it's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm going to open up the seams on this one. Just something to make sure that you're leaving enough seam allowance on each side of your applique, I think. But that's okay. All right, so there's that panel. So the scarf is going to go up on top. So let's go ahead and put the scarf on. Go ahead. So I'm going to open those seams and change out my bobbin and I will be right back. All right, so now we are going to put the mittens on the bottom portion of our big panel piece. So now we have the mittens. We have the mittens on, so we've got the scarf. We've got the base. We've got the earmuffs and the pipe. And there's our birdhouse. And then we have the mittens on the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and open that seam. And then we'll put the last piece we have is to put our shovel on the side. So let me go get these seams opened up and we'll put our shovel on. All right. So I've got that pressed. And now we are going to put our shovel on this side. So we're going to flip it over. Getting heavier. And I'll have to trim off some of the top. Our shovel. So let me go open it up and we'll take a look at the whole panel. All right. So we have the scarf and there's the shovel and we have the base and we'll review these again at the end of the video. Okay. So there's that panel. I think we're getting down to maybe putting the panels together, folks. How fun. All right, so what they say to do, because now we've done all of these pieces, we've put them all together. And now we're actually going to assemble this part of all of our applique blocks. We're going to put them all together. So it looks like the first ones that we're going to put together is the sled and the carrot. So we're going to do this one first. So we're going to grab that piece. So here's our sled. I bumped it again. Oops, I bumped you guys again. So there's that piece. And then we need this piece. And so we are going to sew them so that we're just going to flip it. So we're going to flip it. And we're going to sew it on this end. Just like that. So cute. So we've got that sewed together, that piece. So I'm going to press it open and I'll be right back. All right. So we've got this panel put together. I need to still press and everything. Need to press it all out and everything, but we're getting all the panels together. So we've done first, we've done these two, and second, we're going to grab the shovel one and we'll add that one. That's our next piece. So, but it's getting bigger. So cute. So cute. All right. So now we're going to add our scarf piece onto, in case you can't see. So we're going to add it onto the bottom part. So I'm going to flip it over. And I think I'm going to clip it just because it's getting heavier. So I'm going to clip it real quick and then we'll sew it. All right. Let's sew this part of the panel on. All right, so we just sewed the bottom part onto it. So I'm going to go ahead and open my seam, and then we will put, I think the third one is the tree and the cups. So I will be right back. All right, we're going to sew the tree and the cups to our main panel part that we've been working on. Our cups and our tree. So I'm going to press that all out. And I think the last piece we have is the word snowman and that piece. So let me press this out and I'll pin the other piece and we'll sew the last piece and we'll take a look at it. All right, my friends, we are on our last panel. Let's get it sewed. I'm gonna press it and we will look at it closer. Be right back. So we finished the applique piece. This is the block. This is the big applique block that will be in it. So we still have strings. I haven't squared it up yet, but that's the applique. That's it. That's it. So I'll take you down and we will take a look at it a little closer. So that was our applique part of Let's Make a Snowman. There are definitely things that I learned, seeing this is my first time. Definitely my things that I've learned about it, and definitely things that I've learned when I was working on this. Some of the things is right along, it's hard to see, but right along, you know, just measuring, making sure that I had enough space for my seam allowances. But I think that's okay. I lost some points in my tree. I flipped this around, but I'm okay with that. The sewing of the actual applique, most of it I actually did the blanket stitch for. So yeah, so done. The next thing that we'll do is, to finish our quilt, is we have to add the borders. And so we're going to add borders. I'm going to go ahead and sew these together now. And then actually I'll do, the next video will be just all of the borders. And then our quilt will be done. Our quilt top will be done, and it'll be ready for the long armor. So I'm excited. What do y'all think? I would love to see all of yours as well. If you've been sewing along with me, put down in the comments what your quilt, your applique panel looks like. So I think for my first try, I don't think I did too awful bad. So if you like this content and would, please help me grow my channel by giving me a thumbs up and subscribing. And then we will move on to the borders. You can also leave me a comment. Have a blessed day. Thanks, everyone. All right. We are going to finish the quilt top for Let's Make a Snowman. So we're going to, we're gonna sew these together, the blocks that we did. So we're gonna do that first. And then second, we'll do this first border because I've already got that clipped on to our, my quilt top, the applique part of it. So the first part we're gonna do is, and I've grouped the sections, I've grouped them. So we're gonna take this one, I think I want it to go that way. So I'm going to take this one and this one, this one. I'm just looking at how I potentially want the wordings to be, if they have words or pattern. And then this one. So we're going to sew those together. So I'm going to take this one and this one, and I'm going to flip them like this. And I'm going to sew them. I'm going to pick it up so I can. Okay. Okay, that's my first. My second, I'm going to grab my third one. Just going to be this one. Okay, so now I've got that one. We'll get the next one. Okay, let's get this one sewed. Sewn.
All right, so we got that one, and now we'll put on this last one for this grouping. We'll get these sewed. Sewn. Get these sewn. I think I'm going to put a couple pins in this one because I really want these to make sure they line up in the center. So I'm going to pin it just so it stays put. And all right, so there's one of the sections that'll go down the quilt. And I think I'm going to try to press those open for sure. So, but let's go ahead and do the other ones and then we'll sew it. So here's my next one. So we're gonna do this one and this one together. So let me show you again. So I'm basically sewing these pieces, these strips, together. And I think I'm going to pin these centers just so I don't get them off. Take the time to do that. I think it's worth it. Ouch. Okay. So we have that. I'm going to grab the next one. Make sure I look at it and decide which way I want it to read. I think I want it that way. I'm going to pin these. Okay, so we have this section now. I'm going to set that aside. And we'll do the next one. And do I have enough on my bobbin? I think so. The bobbin's telling me I'm getting low, so I'll have to keep an eye on it. Okay, so I think I'm going to start with okay, so that takes care of that section. We have one more section and then I'll press them and show you what they look like. All right, so we're going to start with this one. takes care of this one. So let me press them all open and I will be back. All right, so I sewed those other blocks together and pressed them. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do this border here around the main panel. So I've already gone ahead and clipped everything. Show you. So I've gone ahead and clipped it all the way along on both sides. This is the long side. I'm going to start with the outer sides first, and then we'll do top and bottom. Okay, so now we've done both sides. I'm going to trim it just up on the top. So I'm going to trim off the excess on all four corners. And then I'm going to press it. And then I'm going to put the top and the bottom. I'm going to pin the top and the bottom. So that'll be our next steps. I'll be right back. All right, so now I've gone ahead and clipped the top and bottom because we did the sides with this border. We did the sides, so now I'm going to do the top and the bottom. So let's get sewing. There's our border. Our first border, actually. So the next thing that we're going to do is the long panels that we just sewed together, all those blocks. Those will be what we do next. So I'm going to go ahead and get them clipped, and then get this pressed out, and then get those clipped. So I will be back. All right, so we've put on this border, this one here, and now we're going to put on these that we sewed together. So I'm putting on this side and this side now. So I've gone ahead and clipped those sides on. So that's what I'm going to sew next. Done that. So now we've got, I guess I got it upside down, hang on. So we've done the sides. So we've added this block, this piece to this border to our main. So this is our main. This was the first border we did. This was the other one. So we did both sides. Now we're going to do the top block section and the bottom block section. So I'll go ahead and press this out, get some of these strings that are bothering me off, and then we will then we'll be ready to sew the top and the bottom. Be right back. All right, so I've gone ahead and taken the other panel for the top and the bottom and have clipped it on, and so we will get sewing this one. Okay, so now we've got the border all the way around, and so now we can add the next border. So I'm going to get it clipped, and of course we'll start with the sides. So on each side, we'll start with the sides, and then we'll do top bottom. So I'll get the sides put on, and then we will get it sewed. Be right back. All right, so we are getting there. We are working on this red border that goes all the way around. So I'm going to do, again, you do the sides first, and then we'll do the top and bottom. So I've got the sides clipped and ready to sew. Okay, so now we've got the sides. It's gonna be so cute. I got some strings that I gotta work through on it, but just gonna get these, see, and I see them. Okay, got some there too. Ooh. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to put on the top, and the bottom border. So I'm going to get them clipped and we'll be right back. All right, so we are ready to sew the other, pulling strings. So the top and the bottom now, and then we'll go on to our next binding. So let's get this one sewed. Okay, so we've got that border all the way around now, and now we'll move on to, let's take a look. Let's see what next border we're looking at. So we've done the red. Now we're on to the last small strip, 1. So I'll get both sides clipped and we'll get it ready to sew. I'll be right back. All right, so we are ready. I've made this strip because again, you have to put together the strips that we cut earlier. And this is the one that's going to go next. So because it's just strip with strip, I don't have to necessarily pin it. So I'm going to, or clip it. So I'm going to lay it here and we're going to get it sewed. Okay, so got that strip sewn. So cute. That's so cute. Cute, cute, cute. Now we got to do the other side, the top and the bottom. So I'm gonna find the top. But before I do this, we need to put some sashings together. So the way we do that is we take one strip that we had cut, two strips, and we're going to put them sideways. So I've got one face up and the other one face down, so they're facing each other. And I like to use a ruler just for accuracy. Because I have selvage, I got these selvaged ends, I'm going a little bit more. And then from point to point, but I'm going to go just a hair above this point and below this point. Just a hair. Mark it. Okay, and then we'll keep my hand on there. I'm gonna run some fabric through first. And then just right along the line. And then when we open them, we have, it's perfectly across. We'll cut the back. Some people like to press them open. I don't worry about it too much, but then now I've got two together. So okay. And it should be long enough. so we've got all 4 sides done with this one, and we are on, that is so cute. So we are on the last one. So we are on the big border to finish off our quilt. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that one ready, and then we'll sew it up and we'll take a look at our quilt panel. Be right back. All right, so we are on to the last border. So this is it's a big border. So this is our last border. So I'm going to find a side. Let's do this side. And it's getting bigger, folks. It's a big quilt. We'll have to measure it when we're done. Okay. We got our, okay. And I had to put 2 of them together. So. Right, so I'm doing the other side. Okay, so now we have the big piece on each side. So now we're going to do top and bottom. So I'll get that prepped and ready and we'll get sewing. Okay, now we're going to put this pattern We're going to do the top and the bottom panels. And then we will be done. I mean, we'll have to square it up and everything, but we'll be done. Let's sew. So that takes care of that. So we've got all 4 sides done. I'm going to press it, and then we'll come back and we'll take a look at the whole quilt. The quilt top. We're finished. We finished the Let's Make a Snowman applique quilt by Lori Holt. It was challenging. It was fun. It was a lot of work. But the end result is beautiful. I've got a video. It's right behind me. You can see parts of it. But I've got it on a thing, and it's just, you know, it's so big, so big. And I haven't measured it yet. But yeah, it was so fun. Each block was so fun to put together and watch it come together. It was just super fun. So I would say that this is not for the faint of heart. Overall, fantastic kit. I completely enjoyed it. And the end result is absolutely beautiful. I'm excited to eventually see what it looks like once the long armor gets a hold of it and it's truly done and a quilt. So I'm excited to see the complete finished quilt. So if you like this content, if you would help me build my channel, you know, you can hit the subscribe button and or, you know, like for me. And if you've been sewing along with me on this quilt, and I would love to see
how your quilts are coming along, and if you have any finished quilts and things like that. I would love to see them. So leave me a comment down below, and I always respond to every comment. So yeah, I'm actually working on the quilted snowman, and there's a couple of videos. That one is not applique, it is all pieced, and that one is something that I'm very familiar with working with. So that one's going a little bit smoother than this quilt did for me, but nonetheless, it's a fun quilt as well. So with that said, I'll catch you on the next video. See y'all later.